Hey, how is everybody? We're back. Uh, we're all well. I'm doing pretty good. It's technically like second day of my weekend. Yeah. Monday got taken over, or sorry, Saturday got taken over by stuff, work stuff. So I shifted everything except for you. That of course, stream would continue. It always does. That when it doesn't, that's fine. It is what it is. So yeah, we're back. Poking some stuff today. We have a couple things that we could be so we shall work on, or many. Might be some bouncing. So poke some stuff. I have been like moving a bit of the stuff from the bad place to the good place. Like weird stuff. I have to clean a lot of this. Dungeons don't matter. Changes. I don't remove it. So I've been slowly moving whenever we do positioning with quests in a more consolidated. Grimy, thanks for the lurk. Yeah, that's kind of the deal there. Feels good. I think I got it all in, and let's double check. Shall we? I think this is the place that we want to make. This world inject on the dungeon scene. Double check that all the quests work. We're good. If not, panic. But I think it should be fine. Um, I don't think that the first set of enemies would be affected by that. I do think the pickup would be the item pick. I think I already tested the. I think the trigger, like the world space trigger, we go into and it sets things off. Come on. Okay. We got Dragonfly. Okay, that's blinding. Yep, thank you. And pick up this. Thank you. Gold. Blood. Did that Rose just dive? By Froge. Yes. We're a burrowing beetle. Okay, you know what? Things happen. If we drop this. Drop this. It looks like it's on. Otherwise it would not have a glow, because the glow would be falling through the ground. Got the bag. Bring it back. Okay. This works. Some other things we can. We have the. I still left the testing of the village rotation stuff. Could be good. We also have some kind of menial data entry stuff that we. What it is. Deal with that. And that would be. I kind of want everything that can be spawned in the game. Hopefully that's not actually too many things, because they're very reusable. Needs to have all of its saved data represented as JSON arguments. Keys, possible keys for a key value pair. I like beaches. When we find beaches, we have a mountain. It's like the water's coming down from the mountain. This is the one place I've found that it looks like it's working correctly. Don't look to the right, maybe. Here, water flowing down. Water beetles, of course, totally planned. Water beetles. Okay, yeah, so that's a river. And then before this was flat, so that's question mark, ocean. Small ocean. Should be like a delta. I wonder if I'm adding river afterwards, so ocean has like huge swells. I don't think we should have mountains of water. Not without some good reason for it. We could. I mean, that is kind of cool. It is kind of spilling over. You have to look at that. Ooh, we got a froge. And when we get a fun environment, we just need to add more stuff. Add more interesting stuff for the boring terrain, and then this game could be better. But we should get terrain, and then maybe look back into AI nav, because yeah, we should probably do some better world nav. Which I have stuff to do it. I just need to like rearrange these stuff. Okay, cool. This Waterworld stuff is kind of fun. So we are technically in a desert right now. So like, question. We need to go back to world stuff and make sure that we maybe the moisture. Everything needs to touch everything. Moisture map needs to be used to clear up some of the moisture. They say moisture clears up the moisture. The heat clears up some of the moisture. And then moisture will clear up some of the water level. Does that make sense? That way, if you have a river that goes through a desert, it can actually just go under the ground. Oh, there's so many froges. So, okay, we're like 50. We're over 30 frames a second. That's playable by many standards. I need a new gun though. Hello, zombie. How are you? How was your weekend? People of the world and aliens. Yes, it's good to acknowledge them now. How's your weekend? How's your Monday? There's one down. I'm getting carried away. I think everything works. I'm just having a bit of. I want enemies to be a little bit more responsive, but at the same time, I'm afraid that it's going to be a constant fight. Oh, I also may or may not have applied more stuff, more effects to enemies. So they should even be more difficult. We're gonna actually need to do something about balance. Technically, the minions can have health benefits. I think. I have to double check. You know, you can fool yourself into believing that the whole chain is in there. It might be representing some sort of like piece of datum that's not being properly applied. I did it kind of quick. Zombie hungry? Well, you should get food before everything closes. Which is soonish, right? And the beaches. So I kind of miss the dungeons. I get all the spawning in balance. One of my small fears that we'll talk about now quickly and then hopefully bury forever is how horrible balancing everything is going to be. Like if I put one new item in, I might need to tweak every other like rarity value to make sure that we have the entire environment looking correct. That's a fear I have. So hopefully if we add one, we can tweak its number so it's perfect, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I have this sneaking suspicion. I like the grass sticking to biome. Not going to the desert. Perfect. Things are working. Hey Ben, how are you? You have food and you ate already? Sorry to hear that. I already ate. Yeah, you know, today's been kind of a hungry day for me too. Okay, wait, I should stop playing. Okay, so just because I can kill stuff. No, I mean, I've gotten slaughtered before. I was gonna say, if I don't have a real threat, but I've absolutely gotten like kinda there. It just needs to get tightened up. I wonder if you're great making a low poly sleepy boy with Rigify. Ooh, cool. I wonder if I should be playing through a portion of the game for like, hate to say it, hours and hours, noting deaths and difficulty and stuff, and using quests to just tweak the bumps. With a random number generator behind a lot of this stuff, I guess that's too anecdotal of a tweaking method. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think, because once you put quests in, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. You're back? Okay, sounds good. Sorry, wait, what is Rigify? Oh yeah, the blender thing. Yeah, Rigify wasn't bad. Okay, so that seems pretty solid. Spawning stuff seems good. I guess the other question is, spawn string I think is always going to go through Mechablo dungeon. Where is it? Identify saved object. This is type, not EO type. Man, do I really have to change that everywhere? Yes, I do. It won't be that bad. Okay. We create the thing that we get from the library. We send a message to load and we give it the contents. As long as load's fine, we're fine. Nice and simple. That's also only for a mod. Just else, yeah, everything's just asking for a load with the thing. That should be fine. Should be fine. You're back. Welcome back. Also, your name is word of the day, so congratulations. It's like a birthday. Yeah, how do you find Rigify? I actually kind of like Rigify out of all the Blender stuff I touched. That should be spicy. Let's see, there's only one other time that happened. I feel like Fox Creative Gaming, was it like Create? Something like that triggered it. So everything he typed. It was fantastic. Cool. So yeah, Rigify. I like Rigify. And I think this is all good. Spawn string goes for another spawn string. So separate function for that, but does that go through again to identify? It does. It does. So this is redundant or recursive in a good way. Right. Yeah, not too bad. Keep testing things technically. We're only missing one really niche thing that I don't know if I fully need. That like positioning based off of something else. Sorry. Mental tangent. The something does that already. The quest log does that for the quest markers. it can set an enemy by name or an item by name. Yeah, the quest system can't, so when I'm spawning new things. So that's just one little piece of tech debt that's like in the back of my mind. And in Armature and Meta Rig, and then in Bones you rigify. You start off with a like basic skeleton, right? And you get to place all those joints, and then you tell that to become like a real rig, and that creates your control and your binds. Then you can like into one and control with the other. Not bad. The most confusing thing for me was the like resetting bones was tricky, but there is a button for it. There was there's like that reset pose button. Or no, there's like the pose mode, right? You can be in pose mode or out of pose mode. That was kind of tripping me up for a sec. Oh, and then the layers. Oh, meta rig from like actually no, I don't know. I was gonna say from the like not the meta character creator from Epic. The human body that you can edit. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Develop is the word of the day, and it's picking up on your username. Mm-hmm. Well, zombie, you also know the word now, so you can always set your scripts. Yeah, it never broke, but I wonder if it ever reached a maximum. I wonder how long one lasts. Guess you should do it for like 2 or 3 times that amount and really get them built up. Kind of stuttery already? Wait, on my end? Really? That's not running. Almost nothing's running. Why would it be stuttering? Hello, stream? It looks good for me. It looks okay to me. I wonder if it was... I have the code up and then we have the confetti, if that's going to trigger encoding more. If I was running the game, yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder. Well, yeah, so if we're running the game and we have all the confetti, then I guess we're hitting the GPU for quite a bit and streaming. That, that's kind of understandable. Yeah, I gotta do some more optimizing on my game. Or check builds again, maybe? Hmm. I don't know. We'll optimize soon. Push it off. So yeah, if this is all working, then spawn string builder would be the only thing we really need to touch right now. off the top of my head. As we just make more argument functions and specify more things. Though EO type needs to just be type. This type. Okay, maybe we'll do that. Is JSON, right? Go for it. 19. Okay, don't even look. It's fine. Save and run with it. Soon, TM. How's the mod going? Alright, mic changed a little bit. Apologies if I'm knocking a little bit. He said I need to double check. Open. Oh. We're looking for request. WSB. Responder and trigger. Okay. We can do chill. Which one? Huh? You mean the microphone? The microphone. Why do I feel lost today? What's happening? Where am I? How did I get here? Oh yeah, mod. Which one? I was thinking of the long dark, the one with the story bit. Mike's good. Thank you. Funk. Okay, I see. All right, which one are you working on today, or recently? Totally forgot about that one. That's probably healthy. Probably dove into something else real hard. We either do this or we, I don't know, get lost in some math, which is not the easy. Not today. Warning. That's how we choose to make decisions, by kind of not making decisions. Get out of here. Input system. I get that it has some really nice spoons, but there's also something that's just like weird about it. It just like doesn't quite fit in yet. Custom interactions need some UI to do more stuff with items. That reminds me. Okay, all right. So over the weekend, right, we're doing XR hand stuff, which, first off, the tracking's really good. The occlusion interpolation, if that would be the correct term, like knowing where your fingers are when you can't see the fingers and like just guessing where they are, That was very questionable. Which I wasn't expecting it to be perfect. Obviously, it shouldn't be. Otherwise, we won't get into that tangent. Yeah, just knowing where your hand is really good. It tracked in space speed wise really well. But then looking into the SDK and the new input system as it pertains to the hand stuff, like, there were like 3 different libraries or namespaces for different things, all for hand stuff. One was like meta hand aim, one was like XR hand, one was like that might splinter no more. There's like open XR hand, and then there's another, just this one's more semantics. I don't remember what it was. It was a simple one. It was so non-specific, like device dot is tracking. Super generic. Like, okay, so there's these 4 things, but then I couldn't get meta. So without the meta hand aim, you can get like pinch position, which is literally your thumb position, and you can get poke position, which is literally your index position. But meta hand aim gives you pinch strength, which tells you how close your index and thumb are from each other. So like if you're pinching, it's 1, and if you're not, it's 0, right? But you don't get that without meta hand aim, and we couldn't figure out how to get the meta hand aim into the input system. Like there's just too much. There's like way more than there should be. So in lieu of that, and we had to just check if our poke and our pinch position was close enough, like within a certain threshold, and that would be a pinch. So like I don't know. It just seems weird that I have to like do all these weird workarounds, and then why is it split into so many libraries? Like I kind of know, but isn't Unity supposed to take over for that? Is it unreasonable to expect full parity on like simple interaction features? Why do I feel like new input system has me rewriting more code than the old system ever had me doing? You can only use so many keyboard buttons before people go crazy. Yeah, that's so true. Get too many standards? We need a new standard? I mean, no. We use one of those standards and we expand it, because the other ones are obviously niches, but the XR hand stuff is supposed to be Unity's way of covering everything, and it just like kinda does, or it can. But I liked it when it was simple. If it was just that, that'd be fine. But then there's full documentation for having pinch strength, and I'm like, but I can't access it for whatever reason. And is there documentation for why I don't have access to that thing? No, not quite. Alright, Zombie, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But at the same time, yeah, just look into hands real quick. Right? You have something with hand tracking, right? Just look into hands real quick and just try to set up pinch strength. And have it actually work and stream to your headset. And then tell me how to do it. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just like, you start seeing like how why are there so many pages? Why are all the pages different? Shot in the dark? I mean, it's always a portion of that, right? You can't take yourself out of the situation. Wherever you go, there you are. Different construction site right now? I mean, okay. Yeah, I know that's fair. I don't even know if I have it all up. I think I might need to hide it. Get out of sight and out of mind. I'm also curious. I, also, like, you totally need, at least to me, you need the documentation to figure out, like, wait, what is a poke position? It is always your fingertip. It's not like something to do with colliding or anything like that. They just and pinch is always going to be the thumb's tip. Like, okay, and then there's nothing else in XR hand device except for those. But then over here, we have meta aim hand. I think this is the one. And in here, you can get left pressed, middle pressed, pinch strength. But then just because you have like XR hand as something you can put in the input manager doesn't mean you have meta aim hand. But you would think you would, right? Like they're right next to each other in the XR.hands. That's just what I mean. And like, yeah, I get easily flustered, but like, okay, yeah. So if you have Oculus, like, I don't know. We were using it with Oculus. We had the whole thing set up. Either with the OpenXR or Oculus plugin. But like, it just wasn't, there was no meta hand available. Weirdness, you know? But then there were other projects that we have pre-set up that like do have that, and it's like, okay, but setting up a project with this stuff is kind of a nightmare all over the place. Poke position is usually the eyes. Ha ha. I get it. Get it. I mean, kind of dreading setting up your Pico with Unity and Steam VR. Wireless stuff makes things a bit more annoying, you think? Well, you're not going to want to hear this, but Oculus has just gotten better. Every time I put on my headset, it has like a button that comes up that says the name of my computer, and I just click that, and it click connect, and it's connected again. And I can even use hands now, so I don't even have to pick up a controller. Hopefully you have a similar situation. I'm not saying it's like the walled garden. I don't know. I don't have a Pico yet. Hopefully I will get one eventually. But yeah, wireless isn't too bad. And we have similar router setups, right? In some respects, some capabilities. Because I think this router actually made my experience a bit better. Mr. Dev, you don't know? Everything in VR is a little bit more annoying. Just honestly, you have to. So I set everything up for one hand so I can hold the headset up because I don't want to take my headphones off. I would like to have continued sound, you know? And I'm not going to put earbuds in. I don't really like earbuds. So it's like continuously like holding this up for a few minutes at a time and then putting it down and like being a dev, you know, and then picking it up and just like, you know, doing the thing and then, you know, doing whatever you're going to do. Hey, Callus. How are you? Is inertial tracking on the cheap party good, or does it take something anchored to base stations? It's more than inertial. It's slam. It's like inside out, and it has inertial in there. But yeah, it is the cameras on the outside. That's always been the best. The inertial's getting better, but I think a lot of it's better. I feel like they're starting to touch on AI solutions. So they're, I'm going to say, going through a rocky period where there's a lot of hope and potential, but right now there's some weirdness that's getting ironed out. From what I've seen, I watched Thrill Seeker. Is it Thrill Seeker? Tuesday Newsday. The I think it's Thrill Seeker VR. That YouTube dude. I don't do much mocap myself, but now I feel like, why wouldn't I just use the camera? Those solutions all seem good and free? Question mark. Dude, buddy showed me Unity has a separate editor. So like it doesn't have to be part of this whole shenanigan that you're looking at on my screen. Just like a simple separate thing that was for AI trained animation stuff that looked just like Cascader. Kind of need a Virtual Boy mount, right? It'd be cool if it was like suspended from the ceiling. Okay, this is the dumbest thing ever, but if you just put some magnets, which would probably ruin something about your headphones, but like magnets on the front of your headphones, and you had the headset drop down, and you could just like click it into place on your headphones, that'd be great. But that also, that's why I like the cloth strap. Cloth strap is nice because you can just like get it out of the way. So if you were gonna like suspend it, like it would be much more reasonable to have it just like drop down, and you could just like click it into place, you know? You start, no, go away. I love and hate how responsive you are. You're thinking if you wanted just one track point, would it do it yourself with some cheap gyro chip work? Yes and no. It would work for a bit. There would probably be a bit of drift, and I feel like the drift is something that is the fancy stuff that the big companies are doing, like the correction. But in general, you can get decent positional changes, I think, with inertial. I would think the more expensive the inertia tracker, the better it would be on its own. But I feel like they tried to use what do they use, like GPS or something? So sonar? Is sonar a thing? If they get closer or further from walls. But again, all that signal processing takes a little bit, because if you just twist a little bit, then it's not like you're actually going further away from a wall. It's like your sensor is now pointed differently. I don't know. There's some possibilities. But then again, yeah, I don't know. The base stations with the tracker is a bit expensive, but it works really well. Technically, only need one base station because you can do a sitting experience setup. I think I'd rather go for like QR tracking with a camera, like any camera, and you can do that with like, I think, a free Vuforia plugin for Unity. But yes, tell us more. I'm very interested in what you were planning to do. Just environment. Is this where I want to be? Sample scene. Okay, this one's pretty much set up. I'm gonna hit play, and then we're probably gonna have to set up more stuff so we can actually see what it's really doing. Alright, we're gonna deal with the clonking for today. Fix it for tomorrow, or maybe I'll ditch it. We don't need that, but it's way more clonking if I try and get rid of it. And you go. Just paused forever. Oh my, we're already off to a very rocky start. I didn't even open the solution for this. Well, we wait, or we play. I think. Okay, not gonna be spawn. You're gonna be. Okay, this doesn't need ID action or weapon, or armor, or a faction. I think it needs drop. Lens. Not gonna lie, I want to keep drop on there just in case. Drop blends, we don't need blends. We need to sort some things out. I'm not sure if everything named spawn in here is necessary. You're thinking about animation? If you had some small handheld tracker that would tie in as a 3D input device, it'd be nice to be able to pick one point or bone and record a motion real time. I mean, yeah, that could be doable. That could be very doable, right? Because you just need to press a button and then any force or inertia given to the unit for a period of time until you press the button again, maybe, could just be recorded, and then you could apply it, and if you don't like it, you could re-record it. And that's the important part, is if you can re-record it, then sure, you could probably tweak everything. Yeah, optical still might be a good method. Like if you have a camera itself, you might be able to use the small camera as a tracking point, if that makes sense. From the outside, with a little LED as your point. Yeah, totally makes sense. 3 points for an optical solution? Not really. If you have the right shape, that you're looking for, you'll get orientation. Wait, sorry. That would assume more than 1 point. So if you wanted rotation, then yes. I think you would need would you need 3 or 2? You might need 2 if you can get the dimness, like as it goes away from the thing, the point should be smaller. But then again, once they start occluding each other, you might want them to be longer. You can get more accurate rotation. So I feel like we're touching on like Wii technology, because the Wii, I remember it was backwards. Well, some engineers got it to do it so you could put the sensor bar, which really just had 2 IR sensors, on their glasses, or a set of glasses, and then in front of the television set they put a candle, because that has enough of an IR emission to be like a constant remote being pressed, you know, just enough. So those 2 sensors sensing that 1 point would give you full position and I think most orientation. Because yeah, again, there might be a brightness factor to it. Cam inside the controller. I would believe that. Kind of thought it was the other way around though. That they were not cameras, but 2 like dumb sensors, like very dumb sensors on the bar. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it had a camera in the remote, and the remote itself, that kind of makes sense, was looking at the sensor bar, which actually wasn't a sensor. It was 2 IR emitters. So you could use 2 candles to replace it. I don't know. I'm probably mixing up some of my hacks over the years. Not that you would know. You've never tortured your television? Sometimes a monitor really needs the hot wax treatment. That's a joke. Please do not pour hot wax on your monitor. So I should actually look at what the thing loads with. This one's trigger. Commented load and save. Of course. That was a good idea. Because we're using this string, and WSP is oh, okay, yeah, we just need. Wait, are we always pushing arguments through the. There's not much to load and save. Okay, legit, we've simplified this to the point where we're just letting it kind of do stuff, and it's set up by the quests. I don't love that. But if the type is set, we should be fine anyway. Let's put, I think it's prop in this case. Alright, we'll find it. Where do you get used? WSP. Both need it. Easy. Even though they're easy enough to just do in killing time. Does the other thing work? Nope. Alright, we might have to kill that. Alright, Unity. I'm sorry I put you through this. And you're gone. And I did close the right one. Perfect. So Zombie, it's funny that you're working on interaction in the game, but you're not ready to do hand interaction. It's not that far from what you're doing, right? Kind of within reach, within grasp, if you will. Excuse my dying. Interaction meaning a few buttons that pop up every now and then? Exactly. I mean, hands, they're supposed to be, you know, a done solution, right? Setting myself up for a huge fail. As you do it perfectly. You're like, Danger, you're an idiot. I'm like, yeah, I predicted that. Yeah, one-sided monologue. That's so redundant. Anywho. Okay, so this, why do we die now? Has data. Or fine. 2. I don't remember. We're just guessing now. That might be completely backwards. If things go weird, it's because I did it wrong. And that's always true. Press E to interact. Text pops up on screen. This seamless experience. Okay, so hold on. It depends on the interact. Maybe it's completely unrelated. Alright, fine. Fine. Though I will say, I feel like if you're gonna put in hand interaction, and you needed it to do like pickups, like picking up an item, I feel like that's so much easier. The grab stuff is like, yeah, that one's not the biggest problem. Especially when you're talking hands. The problem with hands is the like weird in between of having a proper hover functionality with the activate stuff that they set up. I mean, it's easy if you just roll it yourself. Like, really, it only takes an hour or so. But if you're using what they have, like, it's weird. Just have to pay your respects. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh, you need to put one in. So when you get attacked by a bear, you need like I don't know, press press M for immediate murder or something. Yeah, press M for murder. Or press G for guess I'll die. That one's perfect. Talking about a game that already just show a bunch of buttons and then fades the screen to black while your character is doing something. I see. So I guess yeah, simple. And when you get hands in there, it's gonna revolutionize the whole thing. Make this 0-1. I'm not gonna engage my. Can't make. Some consistency. Okay, now we'll actually open Visual Studio. Hmm. I feel so the shape isn't being saved. Probably, by my fault. That might just be like being done. Oh, it's public. It's public, so it should be serialized. Like, new one. Oh, I don't use serialize. Each one's adding to connect if it's getting added. Oh, it's true. Probably just add a safety exit. Oh, wait, we have a part limit. We actually just have to make sure that we're actually getting here. Wait. This should be wherever we're removing. Oh, but we're removing here. You shouldn't be saying this. It's absolutely filled. Here we can't. Fills for you. Should probably slow it down. Like what the bounds are every time. We are rotating actually. These. Shift. Where are we doing the rotate? This is okay, rotating and then finding the point. Theory. Let's break out here and fix that problem. Okay, if we can actually place one. You need this there, and then it's trying to break out at that point. Okay, borrow it in instead. Okay, so this is removing additional open connection. That's fine. Connection points should only be added and if not filled, they actually need to be open. Need to actually mark whether points filled or not. Doable. Very doable. And the idea that it all happens here isn't. I think it might be better. Okay. Making sense, but just delete this. Also, that's down here instead. Shouldn't be removing it. Until we know that we're safe. Definitely. Open. Okay, so these we just I don't trust indexes. Here, we'll keep the reference. And that's not where we should. That makes a lot of sense. That would be doing a lot more work than it should be. Okay, use that here. Okay. Add the range, then we'll remove all the ones, though this still needs. What did you do? It evaporate. What? It's a good one to think on. There's a couple ways I could probably do it. Let's go with that. Okay, I have more hope for that. Though it might crash again. Or run forever, which is the same because I'll kill it. Maybe you should move to Iceland? Why would you move to Iceland? Enough volcanoes where you live? Right? I mean, I've only heard good things about Iceland. But... And moving is such a thing. If I don't have to, I will not. Okay, what? Prob? C. You need C. Shouldn't place it at every open connect. Replacing the thing at the... That kind of makes sense. Why it was that. Because I context correctly, but in the wrong place. Let's build this one. Only one if you count your temper. Well, yeah. Moving. Have you moved much, zombie, in your life? I have moved not many times. And yeah, I just never want to do that again. I'll probably have to, but okay. That didn't super work. Maybe we don't add. That up and in my heart I know it was more efficient. So yeah, I'm gonna say net win, net gain. Open this work. Language could be a bit problematic, but you guess that goes for every country? Yes and no. I mean, if you're getting comfortable with English, then you definitely have at least Canada and the US. But you just speak English. Just force it. Every non-English speaking country. Listen, they speak multiple languages, and one of them is probably English, even if they don't want to speak it. Man, did that really? Huh? Okay, okay. We be quitting early then. Those would all be just side or even downgrade. Every place has its own benefits. And why am I hungry already? Anywho, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how much it's worth moving. Guess it depends on where you are, but I don't know. Based on politics that changes pretty quickly, right? Maybe we just check all the points. Just return. Technically, it's not going to do anything, but I need a something. I want to figure out why it's getting so caught up in doing. No reason for. I hate the ones that crash you. That's the worst bug. Because then you just compiling the project over and over. Or is it heat? Are you looking to move away from the heat? Kind of interesting. Move. Holy crap, stop resizing. The one time I want to actually have it moving out. Please drive me crazy. I don't like that flip exactly. No, that flip's bad. Anywho, Callus, what are you up to today? I think I got an update on activities you might be up to. Okay, let's name the prop. Started looking at particles in Houdini and have no clue how to control anything. Fields, right? Forces? You had wind. I don't know. I've just seen the Carter Crew stuff. Nothing be crazy. Make one thing. Put out. As usual, you're missing the basics. There. Their tutorials are probably like two. Right? And when I was in high school, I was all about just sitting and watching tutorials. Fascinating. Nowadays, for some reason, I can't. But they've also changed so much from having like a 3-hour intense tutorial talking about an entire software suite to like 5-minute videos where they talk a lot about everything but, and then they talk about the thing they want to talk about so quickly and so precisely that you don't know how to do anything else. I don't know. I wanted to drive the particle spawning on a face group when an animated temperature attribute, and what you're still trying to figure out. So do you have like an emitter that you can create and assign? I'd hope you'd create like an emitter and then you would assign it. It would either be like a point, or you would give it a mesh, or one of your selection groups, base groups, right? And then the emitter itself would probably control like the particles. Well, they usually tend to have the particles full life, but they might be decoupled to just having some of the starting qualities, or how it's being emitted into the world based off of normal or sphere, hemisphere, random, specific direction. And I wonder if they would have a separate simulator. Because EmberGen kind of does that. They have a simulator for like, I guess, the environment that the particles are going into and how it's going to process that. And then the emitter is just like how hot it is, how much smoke they're going to end up spawning, all that crap. Right, spawning on faces on animated objects is straightforward. Okay. You're missing how to link the animated parameter to attribute. Is it one of those situations where the attribute should have its own script, expression, thing? So that's the one thing that maybe scares me about Houdini is like there's not always to me clear ways of the lines connecting. Like Substance Designer, it labels what the connection point is, and you really connect it. Just like Houdini, from what I've seen, just like almost nothing. It's like filters. But I figured that one out. Documentation isn't too bad. It's big though, right? I'm assuming there must be a ton in there. There we go first. Okay, so here's a village start. A thing, I guess. Oh, wait, I should check out what positions actually. Iceland is a world leader in fiber internet deployment. 90% of homes in Iceland have access to full fiber internet services, FTTH, uh, with offered speeds of 1,000 megabits per second. Residential customers. Fiber to the home. That makes sense. I mean, it sounds cool. I think you should consider more aspects, but that's just me. 000. So it's just placing the first place it can. It fits. That honestly should be almost randomized. What's there to consider? You need a roof above your head, internet, and a job. Uh, I guess the job, because the job, you also need food. Yeah, the housing, the food, and the job are all ones to consider, I guess. Job is to get food. Okay, well, I mean, so you're already living in a place where you can't get takeout before or after 10, right? Like, if takeout is a main part of your life, you should try to make sure you're near a city where you constantly have things that are open till like 12 or 1. You could also, if you're near to a city, you can consider doing Lyft and Uber instead of having a car, which can make your life easier. But then, yeah, places are kind of rated based on how well they commute to and from, you know. tired. Why am I tired? There we go. Put it at a place. We'll randomize that, but see some progress today, even if it's silly. Never too late to change the lifestyle? You think you can do without takeout? So you're gonna get a kitchen and learn to cook? Let's get a smart fridge that starts ordering takeout when it's empty. That would be pretty awesome. So I feel like, I don't know, expensive startup as it's filling itself up with leftovers. And as you eat the leftovers. How long does takeout last? I mean, for me, a little while. Yeah, that would be cool. I like it. Never said you could cook? You're just not doing it. I see. So you get a roommate, or just live near a pizza place so you can get pizza for dinner every night. And when I worked near a pizza place, and I just getting a slice or two instead of a whole pizza was pretty cheap, especially the stuff that's been kind of sitting out and then thrown in the oven to heat up. And that was good. I probably wouldn't be very healthy, but almost sustainable. Here's a proper project. Kitchen robot arms that they have in Fallout. Yes. Yes, I do. With a roommate, it would actually make sense to cook. They'd probably start strangling you when you take a wrong step at night in the dark. It depends. You just need a solid sleeper, or to give them like the good room that they can properly soundproof or is far away from where you're going to be. You know, in the right setup, they're down the hall and it's hard to disturb them. So, risk worth taking? It could be. Not, not in a place that I want it to be. That was you hinting? Do you want to... Are you and Zombie going to move in? Oh man, then you're going to start a game company without me? One programmer, one artist. I see how it is. Alright, fine, go make your millions without me. I'll be here to check in every once in a while, make sure I'm still alive. You don't know? Maybe not give it access to sharp cutlery just in case. We're talking about different things. You're talking about the robot arm, right? So hold on. Instead of the robot arm is not a terrible idea, but there are food processors that do most of the cooking. It's going to be in a weird process, but there are things that like you throw all the stuff into pretty much a heated mixing pot lid robot, and you tell it what's in it and what to do, and it'll, you know, mix it, heat it, stir it, all that stuff. Our world is at least kind of modern. We don't need to sit in the same country for that. I mean, that's... Wait. We don't need to sit in the same country to eat together? Oh, yeah, to make a small company. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But if you had the impetus to move in together, then like obviously. I mean, at that point, the studio would probably already be started, right? Callus is talking about the robot arm. Man, I am out in left field. There's this, but a bit pricey. Give me 1 second. Okay, clicking. Okay, this is too much. This is more than you need, but it's kind of great at the same time. Love how it looks. Do you have enough joints in that thing? I want to see it move, actually. I want to see it move. It has all those joints. It better be able to move in any dimension. Wait, can it go in the fridge? Can it like open it up and go in the fridge? Does it go around corners? How big of a corner can it go around? Wait, why would you? Oh, an exhibition in Dubai. All right, that makes sense. Like it. This is why we need a get rich quick scheme. Just in case you are wondering. It's not that we need everything to be luxury, it's just that the few things that we do need to be luxury are unfortunately expensive enough, and if this ever breaks down in any way, you know it's gonna need some servicing, like real servicing. Like zombie, even if you're like, I could fix that, replacing one of these motors that burns out for reasons, that's gotta be some money. These have to be like very high-end servos, right? Just, nope. I don't know what you're noping, but it's fine. We can move on. That's objective. Your dad sells those kind of motors. Okay, fair. Do you think it's just a motor and an O drive? You know, like a big motor and then a separate thing that's going to do the encoding, or they use as like a rotary encoder. Because I've seen some things. That's what Open Dog is based off of. Because obviously you're watching James Bruden, right? The motors that you linked a few streams back come in small sizes too. Okay, but those ones that you linked that I assume were really good were also very expensive. And how many do you need here? Two, like 3, 4. Is there one in here? 1, 2. I can't. I went to public school. I can't count that high. By standard servo, got the encoder included. Steppers can use a closed loop system that works pretty well. Yeah, what I've heard is that O drive gives you more flexibility because a servo is going to come, yeah, complete as a package, and you can kind of set up a servo yourself with whatever motor you want. Well, for 248,000 Brit money, you would buy. I mean, yeah, you could hire some chefs instead. I don't know. I have to think if it's a lifelong purchase, right? 250,000 is only 10 years of, right? It's like 10 years of paying someone below minimum wage to be your chef. So it doesn't last your whole life. Uh, and that doesn't include like, you know, wage increases, which you need to consider. I don't know. In theory, I think the gadget could actually be cheaper. Especially because if you are a chef willing to be a personal chef, I am sure that that's more than like the entry level chef options. Electronics are never a lifelong purchase. I mean, that's true, but they last a while, right? Prepare appliances to not have arms and hands. Listen, you're coming up with a lot of excuses. And you can't say that your appliances won't have arms and hands forever, right? That's gonna creep in eventually. Gonna be a troglodyte in a cave. Having the iPhone with the new hands that can press all the buttons on it for you. The iPhone with the hands to do the auto clicker for you. At a $250,000 budget lets you. So yeah, no, there's cheaper than this. Obviously, you went above and beyond. 5,000 recipes is a lot. But hold on. Wage and income, actual income and a wage. It shouldn't be that different, right? Yeah, 74K. Yeah, that doesn't even cover. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Dang. That really does open your eyes. Anywho. Uh yeah. So the all in one kitchen. I don't know what to type to actually get this. I typed in all in one kitchen and something shows up for 10K. That's in a range that's expensive. High speed countertop convection oven? No, I needed to do more than just be a convection oven. I need to. And people are willing to pay so much. Or people are willing to charge, let me put it that way. People are willing to charge so much. All in one kitchen appliance. Just want to keep showing me. Oh man, Google your trash now. Oh, here's a multi cooker for like $1,000. Also, I have noticed we're way off track. Hello, come on, open. Why can't I middle click and open this? Why is this such trash? Why is your interface bad? Okay, never mind. We're not looking at that. Well, they exist. I think they give you a couple of steps to do, and it does most of the work for you. Anyway, I'm done. Done. I'm being defeated by the internet. I hate it. Oh, sorry, Mr. Links. Okay, clicking. It's a beautiful space. Wait, what am I looking at? I mean, that is gorgeous. Not what you would go for, but very nice. Is this you looking at actual houses in Iceland? Oh, this is where we're gonna live? I'm confused. This would be kind of a cool place to live. Even though I feel like I would be in a broken sword game all the time. Or maybe like Lara Croft, where no matter what I'm doing and how mundane it is, someone's gonna break in and kill me because, you know, it just seems like a fortified location. The same house? Yeah, this is like uh, break in and do wet works against the owner kind of place. What is this? Where did you find this? Is this up top? BDSM down below. But I love this. This is where we'd play Dungeons and Dragons. Uh, you know, I'd also probably. This is probably where I'd want to do game dev. So my real dream that would kill me is to be in like a nice big glass enclosure, especially for when it rains. I want to see the whole sky. I want to see all the lightning. Um, but yeah, if I can't have beautiful views, then this would be the follow up. Just be in the nicest dungeon you can be in. So yeah, where is this house? Is this a potential buy for zombie? Are you? Guess we're not sword piece. Okay. Placing. You ever place with a thing? I'm very confused. It's 50. Right in the center. Just Googling randomly. I see. That whole house, and then there'd be a single computer desk somewhere in a corner near the power outlet. That'd be funny. There'd also be a 3D printer, not that far away, right? Bit frustrated again about everything. Politics, job, money, people. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, indeed, things do be like that. But that's, I guess, why we have the internet, so we can pretend we're not where we're at. Let's see if this is gonna work at all. Otherwise, so what did I even make? I swear it worked on something at some point, but now I feel like I don't understand what it does. Also, for some reason, I can't engage my mind to actually learn how it works again. I mean, put in the starting piece. Not doing it on. Unless it index of thing is starting at a 0. That could make sense, I guess. A friend of yours is about as frustrated for quite some time now. Iceland was her idea? Oh, are you going together? That's an idea. Yeah, if you're not going alone, I feel like your chances of success are much higher. Okay, I'm gonna do a nice quick test. It's just like, what is this? Did you get a name? I didn't give it a name. Anything identifying? Angle, sure. Iceland could be cool. I mean, I've only heard good things about Iceland. If anything, I'm resentful because people only talk good about it, and it's like, what place is this good? If it's this good, they must have some sort of serious gatekeeping, right? Probably not, but it's at least not pure escapism fantasy. Possibilities there? Hey, yeah. I mean, that sounds good. I mean, you could always plan and you could always put money away, and then having money put away is never a bad thing, right? That's what I would say. And then if things get better, then you just have a bunch of money. If things don't get better, then like you're prepared. You can do it. You like your escapism with a hefty dose of sci-fi? If you could make the place look like a spaceship, that'd be cool, or a bunker. Guess you'd go for that too. I mean, if you're going for escapism, uh, you wouldn't you want to go Utopia? I feel like you'd want to go Utopia. Okay, so we're gonna get thing. It's angle. It's plus a number. I want to say if it's 0, we're gonna have a right. Okay. And then I'll check if it's -1, which means that it's not actually in the thing. Different problem. I like data. Show me some data. You go for the bunker, but getting the internet cable through 5 meters of steel reinforced walls is kind of a deal breaker. Yeah. Steel reinforced, right? 5 meters of concrete with steel reinforcement. Yeah, I agree. Imagine having that much steel around. Why? I feel like if you have a bunker that has that much steel, it has its own downside. Anywho. Latency is important, but does it have to take the shortest route? That's true. You could go through a door. In the situation that you need to close down the bunker, you probably don't mind severing the cable anyway, right? Otherwise, what are you preparing for? Obviously, you're not preparing well enough. 0 and okay. Then stored ID by pose is mostly zeros. Maybe I should do a +1 -1 permanent offset. It's supposed to be -1. Okay, before we place the piece, let's see where it's at. Grid? No. Sure, there are cable pathways built into any self-respecting nuclear bunker. I don't think if you're in a nuclear bunker, I assume you also want to be air gapped. That's just me and my super survival sense. You can get an old bunker around here every now and then for pretty cheap. But you need to put a lot of money into making it actually livable. Yeah. 2 wires connected to a single red phone. I guess, yeah, depending on the bunker. It would be cool to get some sort of decommissioned bunker. You hear there are a number of decommissioned silos on the state side? I'm sure. We can get lots of cool stuff. Depending. I think the one thing that's dicey is like totally not worth it, but I've thought about it. Getting a gas station. There's something kind of cool about that property. There's no other building that I know that has like quick access. It has big open doors, has a small, well-lit office area. And the only problem is like the pumps and the tanks. Brian, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, good luck with your chair. Average price is around 271,000 for a bunker. So if you wanted to get a bunker and a robot to put in the bunker to cook all your food, it would be just over a $500,000. That doesn't seem too bad. You start up your one crazy company, you make your millions, and you spend most of that on your bunker, on your little food robot, and maybe the rest on just garden your garden. Completely self-sufficient. Anyway, hey Raiders, how are you? I'm the Danger. If you don't know me, I'm working on something, I promise. But where to get the fusion reactor? I don't have personal experience, but don't create the fusion reactor yourself. That's the only advice I have there. Twitch on the phone is acting up. I have never heard good things about the Twitch mobile experience. Not once. Yo, productive time. How are you? What are you up to today? Let's see. What am I even doing? I'm just waiting for a thing. Get a vector 3. I want vector 3 somewhere. And don't. Compile. No, but yeah, if you haven't run away, Grimy, what'd you work on today? Sorry, I got there at like the last possible minute. Still contract stuff? Stealing trucks? Espionage? Crime? I mean, it's mostly vibes here, I guess. Consequences on what you're doing to the object on the map. That sounds ominous. Looking good. Good to hear. So you're not talking about what I'm doing, because this is bad. This is bad. This is early. Oh hey, that's actually a good sign, I think. -1 and then it goes to 0. Okay, so it is getting stored. Why is it stored in the wrong place? Place thing in grid. 25, 25. Cha. Up left piece. I don't know, that looks good. Really curious. Port ID by pose would not What? I'm going crazy. I should just procrastinate. Clearly. So I was working with nodes, looked like custom editor stuff. Yeah, actually. I have a whole murder board system. Okay, Unity, compile what were you gonna do? Let's get on with it. Okay. Yeah, I got some custom editor stuff. We're working with spawn string builder, which is just looking at a list of JSONs, and then you can like edit the JSONs. Oh, are these not? Don't you hate it when it works perfectly and then you go back to it and then it doesn't work perfectly? Hello, what did I do? Okay, you know what? I don't know. It's Monday. It's a Monday kind of problem, right? I'm not gonna save any of it. I don't trust it. Hey, that was almost good. Oh, you know we have one problem. EO type. Yeah. And then we have the inject points. This one works better. I swear. Thought it did. Hello? That might actually be in the data. You know what? I'm just gonna have to visit all this. I swear it was working on Friday though. It's always a good time when that happens. Yeah, right. And I'll probably go to the code and be like, yeah, obviously. Why did I think this worked? That's the part that hurts the most. Or when it somewhat works. That is true. And this one should be blank. It just needs to have this field. You know what? That's fine. Does still work? Zero shelter. Setup leg. No, that looks to be. You know what? I bet it's something stupid breaking. I bet it's something really stupid breaking. One of those things that just trickles down. Anyway, you know what? Monday problems. I'm gonna ignore them. But maybe reload. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, that one kind of works. So all of these are really just taking a JSON and like editing it live, and then when you hit save, it pushes it back to the file. Yeah, our custom tool is great. And I'm afraid that I might go too deep trying to make them nice. I'd like to figure out actually how to make them look a little bit better. Do a little bit better spacing, maybe. Some colors, a little pizzazz, you know? But yeah, first I can definitely go overboard. And second, every time I look it up, it's always like more complicated than it looks like it should be. I was like, oh, go start making files, make your custom styles. And then we don't have great documentation for the custom styles, so good luck. Good luck with that. We all know Google's getting worse. Anyway, I'm going to stop complaining. Let's get back to poking things and talking zombie into making a bunker. I guess retrofitting a decommissioned bunker into a fusion-powered home of tomorrow. Complete with, I got rid of the room. Sorry, I trashed it. Complete with very expensive cooking robot. Sounds like a convo? I mean, yeah, maybe a bit. I'm here for it though. Doesn't everyone want a bunker? With at least one secret door / hidden room? It's been on my bucket list since I was like 10. Probably earlier. Yeah, if your friend does it, that's good enough. Surrogately check it off. Vicariously bucket list. You're gonna get some food and then buy a chair. Good luck. And remember, your chair, you're gonna sit in that for a long time. Just make sure it's comfortable. Don't make any rash decisions. But have fun. Oh my god, the idea that any of those chairs could be the one that you sit in for years. Kind of exciting. I like chair shopping. Thanks, yo. Again, good luck with the chair. Sorry yours broke. I've seen a few chairs break. It's never a good time. How much ass can this chair take? I mean, they can usually take a lot of ass. It's just they get flat at some point, and then can your ass take the chair? Your attribute actually gets transferred to spawned particles. It just doesn't affect spawning at all. Interesting. Oh, okay. So is it just like an API thing where you just figure out the right name to affect the right thing? Perfect response. Thank you. Need a resilient chair. Is a flexible chair? I think Cryoji would say the same thing. He's been on an Aaron chair for, he says, over a decade. I agree. So you know what? The chair I'm in might have actually come down because they partnered with Logitech. So you're probably gone. But Herman Miller Logitech gaming chair. No, it's amazing. Same cost. Same cost. I got mine on sales. Mine was like, I don't know, much less. If you Google it, it was less than the typical price, which is weird. Why would they have a typical price that doesn't include a full sales year? I have the M body. It looks like. Oh yeah, see, this is a price. This is actually cheaper than I got it for. This one. It's pretty comfy. Like the whole thing, it has like a plastic back and it flexes a lot. It's pretty cool. And then the seat and the seat. It doesn't look like much, but it has like layers of like honeycombed plastic webbing and like a foam and a mesh layer for breathability. The whole thing. You better buy the chair. No, hold on. There's lots of chairs out there. I like this one, but I think more people end up with the like Aaron chair. Oh yeah, and they're way more reasonable. I probably shouldn't go to shopping. Try not to get dogs. So like these guys. These guys are much more reasonable, I think. See if I can pull out a price. So it could be like $600 if you don't need the bells and whistles, which you probably don't. Also, yeah, maybe it's more than you need. Like, you probably don't need a headrest, right? That's probably another $100 right there. Ooh, I like that color. I went with, I think it was Iris. I tried to find the purple one. That'd be your max? I know people that live in these chairs. Ryoji swears by this. Yeah, it's up to you. Yeah, sometimes the webbing in this is almost like sitting in a hammock kind of situation. Not bad, it just I think get used to it, I guess. Yeah, less pressure points. You're not making contact with too many hard bits, which is probably the best part, right? You really just want to be suspended. Anywho, yeah, you do you. Look around, feel the chairs, see if it's good, you know. You can always get the Aaron chair later. And again, I don't know many people that have needed to replace their expensive chair. Usually you get an expensive chair and that's for life. And in the office working homies, I have a couple of people that have told me stories about how they walked out with their computer chair, just like taking their Aaron chair with them. In various states of legality, I'll say. I'm just like, I respect that so much. You're like, this is my property, I'm taking it. Appreciate the suggestions though. Yeah, you do you. Definitely no worries. But I am going to come by the stream tomorrow and make sure that you have a very expensive chair. Straight up thieves. So, yeah. So some of them are like offices were shutting down, so they took them before they could do like the auctioning off stuff. So it's kind of like, who cares? It just got lost in the shuffle. There are a couple of people that were like, with my severance package, I'm taking that chair. And HR was like, nothing I can do about it. Whatever, we're probably going to buy a chair for whoever we replace you with anyway. And I don't know if anyone legit like stole, but it was always like, I'm taking the chair. The chair is valuable to me. Would do the same thing exactly. Like, you've been sitting in it the whole time. There's a good chance they're going to replace it anyway. Like, probably can't walk out with a standing desk, but you know, you put your box of stuff on the chair and you wheel the chair out. I don't think people are really gonna. Oh, unless you have one of those places where the security guard actually stops you. That sucks. HR's like, okay. I mean, sometimes, yeah. HR's like, whatever. That's accounting's problem. Your desks are from closed down offices, right? I have a filing cabinet, like a 3-drawer filing four-drawer filing cabinet that I got from a office shutdown. Yeah, you just need to find a vehicle big enough to shove it in and drive away with it. Usually easier for the people liquidating. No later, Grimy. Just hit me. There's another reason why this could be weird. I set up, should be like a space that it's checking on. I forget where it does exactly, but somewhere where it should be trying to find like how big the space is. So when we're trying to find a position, it maps it to the world space. Right? Or am I making that up? I'm gonna keep digging. Sometimes the problem with making things quickly is that you forget them just as quickly. So, Catless, how many desks do you have? Since you made it plural. Do you have like a full mega desk situation going on? Now that we opened that combo, I'm fascinated. And I only have one, and a box that I put things on next to me. Just two, one straight and one L corner. Sounds pretty good. So you working in a corner of a room? Are you that person in the dungeon that has the whole open space and you're just right next to the power plug? Like dumb. Real dumb. Why isn't this... Why am I missing the imported bits? We are placing it in the grid. Again. Yeah. Where is... Get pose of thing in grid. Yeah, that should be just like a cell position. Why would this be true? I would say it's a zero. You would be definitely. Well, that's good. Thank you for the mental image. At least initially. Later, you'd find a long extension cable, drag the desk somewhere in the center so you could bask in your dominion. Sounds good. You could put the bed in the middle of the room. And then you could put the desk at the sides. That way you could just have the basking in the dominion, at the end of the day, and also have all that space. Once you cut the space with a desk, there's just something lived in. It's not hermetic enough. You need it cleaner. All of a sudden, the whole room is an office. You keep it all open, then you can have a mocap studio. One of the first game studios I was in was a tiny little apartment, actually, and The guys that owned it slept in mattresses on the floor, and they would, in the morning, they would take the mattresses off the floor and they would shove them into, honestly, like the entrance hall. So that way there was like room to like walk around and sit at the desks. And good times. That's startup life. Oh man, Zombie, you're never gonna have any friends that ever go to this place ever again. Hold on. Stupid cookies. Except none and continue. Okay. Alright, finally I'm in. This is already maybe too claustrophobic for me. I guess I've been in too many games where like the bunker is stuck shut. And life is not a point and click. Oh, I love this though. Oh my god, it looks like the best tomb. Not like a tombstone, but like an unmarked burial place. Okay. Alright, that's some power. So good. Oh, look at the authentic weathering. Yeah, this is the picture that scares me right there. Oh, and cages with high electricity. But every bunker needs cages, right? For the inevitable mutiny. Is this a spike wall? What are these? What is this? Why would you need this? Those have to have some functionality, right? You don't have any friends that come to your current place? Could be serviceable? Maybe. You need a lot of lighting. A few, but they would come down to a bunker too. Oh, that's good to know. You think the spikes are holes for pipes and cables to the outside? Okay, that makes sense. So there you go. They already dug the holes. Oh, pipe. You have a pipe room. Every house needs a pipe room. And look at how big your pipes are. It's going to be a good house. The lighting around every door is just so sus. You don't expect pipes to be well lit. Doors? I do have some standards. This is fine. This is the most hospitable picture I've seen so far. This doesn't actually show a lot of like livable space. It's a beautiful property though. Wait. 5 steps? 5 steps down. So it's not like, imagine a 5-story bunker. That would be insanity. So is this like the livable space? Is it like this and then you just have this room that has, where is it? Like this? And then this one with the control panel. The control panel's cool. Yo, imagine replacing these with monitors. Even a personal analog phone center, right? Literally nothing missing from that place. Well, I mean, it definitely needs to be touched up a bit, and I'm not sure if all of the... Do you think everything's functional? I would say the holes in the wall and the door are functional. Check. These could be empty cabinets. You don't even know. There could be squirrels living in there, for all you know. Though I guess I should have pretty well kept. Once you get squirrels, you're gonna get all sorts of debris. I mean, it seems cool. And wait, how much is that? Oh, that's only $1 million? From our anti-aircraft shelter. Okay. That's only $1 million. And it's within, I mean, I'm not going to show us on stream, but it's within, I would think, walking distance of the train. If I'm reading this correctly. The city name sounds like it's straight out of like Ultima. Okay, hold on. This is weird. This is weird. I read it in one line. And I'm sure you can see this too, right? The city of, should I say the city name? Is that bad? The city has a large number of kindergartens. Like, wait, why do you have a large number of kindergartens? That sounds creepy. Why would that be listed? There's another one listing, but you think it's a scam? Oh, you get stairs. Okay. Okay, I'm down with the stairs. Only $500,000 negotiable. See, the first one that we found. Wait, what is this? I guess those are search terms. So funny. So yeah, it's like double the price of the other one. We were thinking about putting a chef in for that price. But it does look like it's 2 stories, and you have a table where you could play cards with your friends and feel like you're in jail. Not bad. Nice tile floors. Oh, hey, there you go. Yeah, I do like this. And there you go. There's Zombie's office. Oh, hey. That's a nice looking, potentially a server room or mocap area. That's something to aspire. Got a nice high-tech bunker, 100% self-sufficient. Even though I don't know if I believe it's self-sufficient based on this image alone. Like, okay, so you bought some IKEA cabinets and you drew some stuff on the front that make them look like electrical cabinets. Sure. Cool. This? Okay. Yeah, that's a piece of machinery. I'll take that. Generator, I would assume? Not exactly nuclear and fully sustainable. I would assume you have to fill it with something. You don't get your telephone switchboard either. The lighting though. And it's half the price. It was legit constructed in 1984. That's perfect. That is perfect. Your current kindergarten is a pro for any family, and having a lot of them around can get your kids in easier. The whole thing here. No, it makes sense. Like, it's a thing here too. But like, when you're looking up doomsday prepper bunkers, I feel like many kindergartens around, that starts getting you on a list. And I hate to be judgmental, but I'm going to say rightfully so. That, you know, not that you shouldn't have a right to plan for your family in case of the worst, but I do legitimately worry for kids, the children of doomsday preppers. Anyway, If you're a doomsday, are you really? You may want your lineage to keep going, but a child is a big liability in that situation. I don't think your doomsday prepping is going very well if you accidentally had a child along the way. It's called difference in culture. In most cities, parents can even leave their babies out in their stroller while going into a store. You might be able to do that here. No, we'd probably call that negligence. Yeah, I guess that's a little weird. Like, we have stories of babies being stolen, but that's not the first thing on my mind. So I feel like most parents. No, I don't know. It's a messed up world. Never mind. I redact everything. Let's move on to the bunkers and not why we need them. Your criminals can be just as insane. I'm absolutely sure. But they draw the line at kids usually. That's good. So yeah, bunkers. Bunkers. You know, the real question is how do you get the bunker to pay for itself? Can you make it a themed bunker and give guided tours? Not quite as safe? Wait, what? A bunker that's not as safe? I'm highly intrigued. Is this what I was looking for? Oh, what was I even doing? I don't remember. So distracted today. That's not a bunker. How do you call that a bunker? Oh, it's with a large bunker. Okay, where's the bunker? This isn't bad though. This is better for all the reasons that a bunker is actually bad. Because you can actually leave the bunker. You can actually have some outdoor space. Bunker actually looks pretty legit. My school had a tunnel like this when I was a kid. Hmm. I like this. I love that they install lights for some reason above all of the infrastructure. And then they have a hanging light here that's not even on. Good guy job. Perfect. Okay, self-sufficiency. I like it. Dang, it's nice. It's not too bad. Wait, how much is this one? This one doesn't have a price on it. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess if you have to ask, it's too much. This was made in '83. You really need the '84 bunker for, for the vibes. Do you get the radio tower? I think so. How are they gonna leave the radio tower out of that? Especially when you look at the aerial view and you're like, okay, so you are buying like all of this, right? Everything that's developed in the picture. Because it's in the middle of nowhere. It's in the middle of absolutely nowhere. I like the trees though. And it would be a cool intrigue, suspense kind of point and click or movie? That's okay. You just want to own the tower. Not much function on the radio equipment. Fair. I don't know, but there's a lot up there, right? That's not nothing. Well, that didn't make it much bigger. I mean, yeah, imagine working up there. Imagine having a desk right up there and, getting angry and figuring out Houdini and then looking out over all those trees. Being over twice the height of a tree. While doing whatever you're going to do. If you could even get internet up there. I mean, it's a radio tower. You should be able to get internet up there, right? By the window, vehicle hall. Don't know if there's a repair shop or a gym hall. It kind of looks like, I don't know. I would say it's probably around the radio. But I have no idea. Postal service. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Phone stuff for the whole country back in the day, too? I like it. Yeah, imagine buying a post office. That's really cool, actually. I still think a VR game studio in a gas station would be really cool. You have the big bays to do all the VR stuff, visible as people drive by. Until they sold out. Wait, the post service sold out? Did they denationalize? What was I here? Confused. And maybe a little bit tired. Definitely hungry. Phone service got privatized. Have there been negative repercussions to that? I myself am against the idea of privatizing things because obviously I don't think a private company is going to have the product in mind or the customer. All went downhill. Yeah, I guess that's to be expected. That's what I expected it. Look at this. Oh, this broke because EOtype turned into type, maybe? I'll try that. That's something. I know we're jumping around. Apologies. Do you even care? As you can see, there is some choice. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes choices aren't good, you know? See that South Park episode where it was like between a douche and a turd sandwich? Oh yeah, wait, does this all work now, magically? Okay. This didn't. Entity tags. You know what? That makes me feel better. Oh, success. This one. Why are you? Any group seems to be breaking. Because there's two types? Because there's two types? I know you're here. Where yourself? This one is type. They both do. Fail. And yeah, this sucks. It's a bit of a problem. Probably should have cleared everything. Why did you not? Man, my brain's not working today. After war perks? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'm on with 2 diesel generators to tinker with. Oh man, and your house gets to smell like diesel too? Transformer station to electrocute yourself with? You know, if you need to do it, you want a big one, right? I mean, a price, like an asking price would be nice. If I'm going to be a smart aleck about it. Now that all works. But yeah, we might actually need type to be enemy 1. Otherwise, we can like create a different leader from minions, which is good, but really having this type collision. A bit of risk just makes it even more interesting. Right, it's got a tower. Imagine the Tesla coil you can make. Oh my god. Callus is gonna cook himself. I do like the. I wonder how high the tower is. I wonder how freaky it is being that high up. Because seeing it zoomed out like a miniature is like cool. Being that high above the tree line must be terrifying. Just, the last sound you needed to hear, right? Type. We actually look up entity group. We need type. There's all fallacy. Nope, use type. Used to be spawn type. I'm upset that I short. And brain disengage. What do I leave it? Deal with it later. Okay. It's small issue. Spawn strings is working really well besides that. So that's good. It's still lost on this. Coming over to with enough space. I mean, if you get a bunker zombie, we all need to go. We all need to show up for at least one get together. You don't actually want to live in the tower. That's fair. I wouldn't imagine the tower as a livable space. Just maybe a really interesting workspace. You know, for those really enjoying the remote lifestyle. Kind of reminds me of Fallout. There's some of those junkyards that I would love to just chill in. What am I trying to get position of the thing? It's -1. It doesn't exist. Or is it 0, 0? We get a position at. Find the piece rep. We'll see where we're using that. Fine, we'll take this. All of this. Can I just do a new material? I need to do a bit. Okay, fine. Cool. Material for people. Internet crapped out. Oh no. Well, it was only 3 minutes that you were gone, so that's not too bad. Well, that happened. We already put you in the tower. Bring some stacks of copy paper for the paper airplanes. Another one? You should stop now? Yeah, probably. Wait, what? Furreal cat beautifully connect to PC. What? Why can you find bunkers and children's toys on the same website? Capitalism has gone too far. It's still out? You just swapped the cable to the old 4G box. I see, I see. Sorry to hear that. It's basically your equivalent to Craigslist. Do people put houses on Craigslist? I guess I'm out of touch. I know I'm out of touch, but dang. Wait. We run this. There should be a thing we can click on. Should probably name it. Just a bunch of random, not very random, very arbitrary letters. The only one you know, basically all kinds of stuff. Classifieds? Guess that makes sense. Basically the only site left of that kind. After that, it's just eBay. Do people totally eBay houses though, right? I know when the PS3, when the PS3 first came out, like it was going for a ridiculous amount, and people were bundling it with cars on eBay. Am I mixing that up with another thing? It was just insanity. Shout out to 511. We're getting there. Okay, so this is just gonna be a white plane. Why are you a white plane? Okay, wait, the grid. Do we have to set the grid bits up? Creates the stuff, it fills in the stuff. I'm curious. What kind of weird stuff can I find on German Craigslist? Do you have the weird stuff that we've had? I think one of the weirdest like eBay things. I guess there's been the food. The food is the weirdest thing that I know of. Like the toast that was toasted and happens to have a dark spot that happens to look like a Jesus. Like Italian portrayal of Jesus. You need to define weird. A really good point. I mean, I guess this counts. Beautifully connect to PC. Oh, and for only 30 euro, catless doesn't have to be catless anymore. You can have a fur real beautifully connected to PC cat. So weird. I just don't get the eye. Like the rest of it's fine. Why is the eye just like pasted on like that? No food that's pretty much illegal to sell from private? Wait, really? That's wrong. What if I want to start a small catering company? It's an awesome idea. There's something off about that cat, right? Like I need. How do I? Wait. How small can I make a window? Not small enough. Yeah, see, that's fine. That's all good. And that, yeah, that's okay. But then the eye itself is horrible. How do you... That's cute. That's really cute. I think if it was just not button eyes, but you know the like black hemisphere eyes, little sew-ins, way better than this. Anywho. Then you have a company, you don't sell food as a private person. How do you think you start a company? Plenty of people start companies by doing it, uh, word of mouth first. Like, I think my wedding cake was made by someone that my mother knows that, like, other people know she does cakes, like really good cakes. Just takes a little sanding and paint. Oh, goodness, what is this? Maybe here's a pile of rubble there, pile of rubble there. Needs to be carted out. Oh, this one, it's just so authentic though. There's something about this that looks very, especially the door. There's something about the side of the door that for some reason I'm just like, this is pictures of like Fallout. This is like a Fallout mod that they couldn't release, so they. Oh, hey, this Arizona. Hey. Not that I want to be in Arizona, but I don't know if I want. See, they need two ladders just in case one falls. You have a backup ladder. I don't love that. Oh, I like the round hallway though. Don't stick your foot in the gutter. Oh, this is great. This is straight out of Fallout. This is perfect. There is something about like the distortion. And maybe how vivid things are. Why do I feel like there's outlines around stuff? Is this a scan? Are these photos of a scan of a house? Of a bunker? That would explain a lot, actually. You aren't even allowed to sell a batch of self-made cookies here? You need to have a certificates for health, cleanliness, and all that stuff? It is kind of beautiful. Listen, if you asked your friend to bake cookies and you paid her for her trouble, are you saying that this is illegal? If so, I'm never going to Germany. That sounds like way too much bureaucracy. And sometimes you just want to give someone money for a service that they're going to perform at everyone's risk because there's very low risk in baking cookies, generally. This is cool. This has very like ship vibes. How did it get so rusty in Arizona? That's what I want to know. You're talking about one of the driest places that I can think of in the US. Look at this. Where's their water? Do you see any liquid here? How does it rust? Like it had paint. How did the paint get off? How did the oxidation start? I think want to keep showing that mount, huh? It's definitely a fixer-upper. Wait, was there a price that I missed? Oh, that's only 400,000. That's not too bad. In theory, yes. Of course, you don't announce it, but let's say you create a little stand in front of your house and sell cookies. That's a no-go. Okay, that's fair. But then again, I feel like that's how catering is, right? Catering is like, at least when you start, someone's getting married or someone's throwing a big party and they know someone that's really good at cooking. They're like, hey, I'm going to give you money if you can just like provide all of the food for this event. And yeah, who cares? Like, at some point when you advertise that you're a catering business, obviously you need to be above board. I don't know. Maybe there's also an American mentality that you can get away with things as long as they're not like. There's big gray areas, right? There needs to be a victim for there to be a crime or something. I don't know. I'm not ready to dissect my mentality around this. Exploring morals that, they've just been sealed away since I was a small child and I never questioned them. So wait, we create the grid. We give the grid to the thing. The thing is going to use the grid and put a thing in the grid. Then why is it placed in the wrong spot? Where does it get stored? Show me the store. Champagne, you totally live there? Good find. Right? I mean, Arizona's not as far as Germany. And honestly, if this is what it looks like under the ground, then it's pretty awesome. It kind of seems like this in the back and these two floors are the only really habitable spaces. Because this, why is there just a giant staircase here? A giant stairwell. I don't get that. And then, yeah, I guess you have to retrofit bunkers or the missile silo. But I bet a bunch of these floors would already be usable. It's a cool space. Repurpose the missile area. So every other floor should have the center filled in with a trampoline. So that way you can always bounce from one side of the silo to the other. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, wind tunnel. That is better. You could just dial it up or down, and then you can go to whatever level you want. Definitely not dangerous at all. I'm writing it, but hello? What are you? Oh, you know what? Okay, my fault. I'm dumb. It was me all along. Just need almost any material. A new one just for you. Wind tunnel would be cool. Imagine like working in one of those flying squirrel suits. And you're to get coffee, you're gonna just like do a controlled fall down to the floor below you. You need a thermos. It's doable though. Okay, but where's my data? starts at 25.25. Does it really? Oh, what if the other piece is empty, not full? Okay. It's a lot of variables to get nailed down. Okay. Instead of 4x4, we do 4 open. Have you ever been in a wind tunnel? I haven't. My 3D teacher did it when I was one of his pupils. Seems cool. He's a really tall guy though, like kind of giraffe-ish proportions, you know, when it's like really tall, skinny guys. The thought of he was tall too. He was tall, 6 something. Yeah, thought of him in the wind tunnel was like pretty amusing. Dick figure just floating in the air. Not sure if it would be your thing. That's fair. I would try it once. Your stomach would revolt. Yeah, it's something I would have to try. I used to be good with rides when I was a kid, and then as I was getting older, I started getting more and more carsick with certain drivers, which never happened before a certain point. So I'm always kind of like, I don't know, am I now weak to nausea-inducing things, or did I just live long enough to finally find the people that will easily make me sick with their driving habits? Huge thing, yep, definitely. You know, maybe it is, but I'm gonna hold out hope that I just found some of the most brake acclimated drivers that I've ever known. Or maybe least. They don't ever want to use the brake until they have to. Flying by a plane gets worse every time. No problems back in the day. Evil nowadays. I feel like planes have only gotten better for me, actually. Especially with my ADHD. Because, so the worst plane trip I was ever on was going to England. It was like, I don't know, 13 hours that felt like 26 or something. All of the entertainment was just like, I'm gonna call it live. It was just running content, and you got like a TV guide that showed you pretty much the cable. This is going to England, and I think it was, I want to say it was a UK flight, because the radio stations we got were like the music preloaded, and the radio portion was all British, or like majorly British. I could never find anything to watch. I'd be like, oh, Ice Age. It's halfway through. I guess I can watch half of Ice Age. And then I would try and find something else. And it started half an hour ago, and now I don't know the intro to the show. It's horrible. But recently, in the past like 5 years, every plane happens to have like full VODs, full like video on demand of all the most recent movies. So I just sit there and I queue up all of the trash that I would never watch if I wasn't, you know, at the most boring point in my life. You know, like Transformers movies. Perfect time for those. So yeah, I kind of enjoy watching bad movies for long periods of time. I could deal with that. Authentic, exactly. I couldn't deal with that. It was horrible. Yeah, now you can queue it up even. So like one movie stops and you just go to your list and you get the next one. You spend like 10 minutes picking out all the crap in the new releases. Just see what's happening in Hollywood. My wife is usually watching some sort of tearjerker Bollywood movie. I look over and she's like, I can't. I'm like, I can't look at you because that's gonna make me sad. Because man, I can just imagine the Bollywood scenarios. Just jerk at my tear ducts. You got way longer flight times anyway. Need max 3 to 4 hours to get everywhere you would want, or could afford. I mean, I don't really want to go many places in the U.S. So like, I could go to Cali. That would take 6 to 8 hours on a flight. I think. I guess the last time I was there, I might have had a layover. Um, or a stop. Is that what they call it? Whatever. But yeah, I don't really want to go anywhere in the US. So like I'm probably in a similar situation actually. Anywhere I want to go is probably going to take over 10 hours on a plane. And I can't afford nothing. I can afford to go to a state over, which I could probably drive or walk to if I was super dedicated. When you were a kid and you used to take a ferry to go see your grandparents, watching some half a movie on the screen in the ship lobby was a big part of the experience. Okay, I mean, I could see that. I could see that. The idea of 10 plus hours of that though, because that's what it was. It was like 10 hours, and for some reason I could not sync up with any movies. None of the movies were good. If I wanted to switch from something, I'd be jumping in late to something else. And it's not like everything started, on the hour. Yeah, it was. If I can see it all the way through, I will like something a lot more than if I am forced to jump in the middle. Usually, unless I've seen the beginning and I've deemed it too boring and I jump 3 or 4 episodes in, and sometimes that works. Whole trip would be overnight, but then there was a whole ship to roam about. Oh yeah, they want to keep you in your seats all the time on a plane. And if it's overnight, then you also, I don't know, are ferries good for sleeping? I can't sleep on planes. No matter what I've ever tried to do. I can like rest my eyes a bit, but I'm always wide awake and just as sleep deprived. Longer ferry trips are kind of special. They sound it. Train trips are pretty cool. Uh, they used to be really special in the US. You used to have dining cars and sleeper cars, uh, and like general cars. You just go in and have a little table and can do a little work or whatever. And you get to see all the US as you're rolling by. I haven't been on any long train trips though. Sure, at least if it's not too stormy. You never had that though. You get a cabin and bunks, of course. Though back then, still sold no cabin tickets, but that's less family friendly option. That makes sense. Yeah, it sounds like a nice traveling experience. Just drive in. Okay, let's print out a little bit of data. I think it's shape. I'll just put 0, 0 in. It's gonna pull up the insanity tests, I guess. Only went to Corica a few times. Corsica. Where is Corsica? Something I've only heard in name. Without kind of guess I could look it up. Corsica. Oh hey, that looks really nice. Too bad it's in France, but it looks really nice. Using some same size boats from a quick Google peek. Cool. I would definitely go to Corsica. It's pretty. Kind of considered France by the French, not by the people living there. I respect that. That's true for so many places. That thing that I just print. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I wonder where I have dinner. So they're both falls. But why is the shape? This is open. Yes, that seems backwards. Starts empty and then fill it. Then Wait, why are you both? Are you not gonna serialize? Are you gonna be a jerk? Maybe I never said it. Let's pretend I never said it. Whether that's true or not, feel better. And that's what's important, right? Start is when the true on the false, why isn't it changing? Okay, let's compare those two. You heard nothing, but to stick to earlier, the lens projection you wanted. What? For undistorted architectural goodness. Ooh, rectilinear lenses. Why would they pick such a weird space to show this off? I mean, could you not have shown like a much more square, boxy environment? I can see where you're undistorting the lens. But still, the architecture. Weird. So is the rectilinear lens the one that was making that, this one? Looks so weird? Guess that makes a lot of sense why it looks like a render. Because it's not like it doesn't have perspective. It still has perspective on it. It just doesn't have the lens warp. There's still a weird crispness around some of these edges, but yeah, that must be it. Especially this. Does this not look so flat? I think this is the one that's the worst for me. It's cool. Either lens or reprojection. Maybe reprojection because that would explain why some of the pixels look weird. Why it looks a little textury in places. Even the Wikipedia sample images come from Pano tools. Okay, fair. Those pics are done by a photographer, so of course there's some lens cheating and probably editing involved. It's cheating. It's all cheating. Continue to feel dumb. Why is this? It's false. Cool. Peace. Maybe I just need a quick thing to invert the entire shape. Put that on my... probably isn't even as rusty as it looks, and the missile is still there, just chopped out. Probably. Like, are they really gonna remove that whole missile? No, they're gonna leave that for you. Where do they even show the section where the missile is, or would have been? I keep seeing this thing with a big pole in it, and I'm like, okay, a big circular room with a pole and no hole in the floor. Like, where did you put it? Fake missile, fake news. How do you fit a missile in there? Or maybe they just don't have images of that one, but I don't know. Seems like fake news to me. The same room over and over. Stupid pole in it. Hold on, let's go to the top. Where's the overall picture? So we're probably in this. This is probably only showing this and some stupid stairwells. I bet they're not showing any of the missile area. And I, for one, am greatly disappointed. It's a lot of photos from the living dome. So would there be someone that lived there? Did someone be like stationed to live inside of a nuclear silo for a time? Period of time? This is starting to give false positives. We're gonna say and current shape I J true, right? Because if it's not true, actually. Alright, let's see if that works. They may have put floors in. I guess that checks out. I'm still going with my hunch that it's the habitation area and they left the silo out almost all together, or maybe just the top floor. Wouldn't be surprised if the missile side was completely filled. And how much material would that take? And it's also such a shame, you know what I mean? Like, how long? How much money do you think US government spent to build that missile silo? How many contractors? How long do you think it took them? And then they just needed to decommission it, so they filled it in. Such a shame. This weird. Okay, let's see if that breaks anything. I mean, it shouldn't, but also, why is like every stored piece getting filled? That's a question. Why? Why wouldn't they show any images of it or the doors? That would be the major feature. Well, you know, I kind of wondered why they put in this one image that I'm about to show you on screen live in front of your face for your viewing. Here it is. Why would they include this one? This one legit might be the connection. That could be the filled in silo, because I don't think they're filling it in with the concrete. They're probably just filling it in with dirt. Unity's still kind of active under there. Find the spot. Whatever. There, then it's gone. Yeah, I would imagine that's a silo filled in. But I don't want it to be true. Also explains, I guess, why there would be like a double door. Extra security between the two buildings. So people won't build their own missiles in there. I never thought about this. I assume you don't build them in the silo. And I could be wrong. I assume you build them in a factory and ship them to the silo. And then loading them into the silo is a whole operation. That's the sand hole. On the other hand, when the actual missiles start flying, you'd be glad to not be considered a target. I mean, it's true. So it's questionable whether anything would be considered a real target. Or I guess a lot of things would be considered, but I don't know. From what I understand, it's like a well kept secret. Like some of them might actually have houses on them. Some of them like might be completely, and then I've definitely heard that there are duds. Like they have made silos that have nothing in them just to confuse. Also, maybe to be able to switch around locations just in case they feel like there's a compromise. See, man, espionage at that scale, the whole like tactics of war and figuring out actual locations and not just, you know, what a government wants you to believe. I never want to play that game. A little bit more shoveling after we purchase the place. It'll be a lot. I kind of wonder how you would do it. There must be some way, like some giant auger used to kind of empty out holes with loosely filled ground. Okay, let me try and pronounce it. Kurzgesagt? Kurzgesagt? Made a pretty good video last week about what happens in case of nuclear war. Somewhat. Basically the same as what we already know. But with pretty animate. I love animation. Kurzgesagt in a nutshell. I'll have to check it out later. Oh, it's so colorful. I'm gonna have to check that out. Did you ever see Olympus Has Fallen? I actually really enjoyed that movie. That I've never quite seen an action movie on that level before. Such a good channel. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. 21 million subscribers. 21 million people agree with you. What's it thing? I don't know. Very confused. Man, it's like 6 o'clock anyway. Olympus Has Fallen? No, yes, no? You're always mixing it up with the other one that was the same and roughly released at the same time? White Olympus House Has Fallen Down. That just sounds like a bad translation of Olympus Has Fallen. Now I'm kind of curious. What are you talking about? Huh? White Olympus. Does the Cinemazins take White House down? Yeah, okay, pretty much. I liked that movie. And it was like the modern version of Independence Day. Except, without aliens, it was like a threat. But the idea of like Washington on lockdown, dealing with existential threat to America. No more for later? Okay, clicking. We have to watch that later. That's funny. Okay. That's a good one. Yeah, I don't watch much Cinema Sins. And I only saw it once. I feel like it came out close enough around the time that was it Snowpiercer came out? I feel like we're all just wowed that uh I don't know, just like such cool big budget things that are not quite what you were expecting. Snowpiercer was really cool. But anyway, I should wrap up soon. Because I don't know what I'm doing. Booking numbers, I don't know why it's not working the way that I left it. And 0, 0. Why are you storing? Oh, that's different. I'm gonna wrap up. Do it soon. Check out current shape. And here after we place it. Threads and on the beach make a great depression tool feature. You still want to stick to the screen. Boy and his dog will carry the theme to the end on a high note. You okay, Callus? Threads. What is threads? Threads is a 1984 film. Synopsis, please. Young lovers decide to get married. Lives threatened by the Soviet Union and the United States going to war. Oh. Okay. Alright, I see. Kind of on the money, and then on the beach. Boy and his dog. That reminds me of Wag the Doll. Wag the Dog. That is a must-see. On the beach. Australia is the only remaining haven for mankind. However, wind currents carrying lingering radiation all but condemn those on the continent to the same fate suffered by the rest of the world. When the survivors receive a strange signal from San Diego Commander Dwight Towers. Hey, that could be kind of interesting. So yeah, that would be a movie night, I guess. If you wanted to get really depressed about nuclear war. Yeah, Wag the Dog. What an amazing movie. All about propaganda and spin doctors. Well, sort of. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I want to see it again. I bet I can get the wife to watch it with me. IMDb, pause it. Stop playing the video. Thank you. Take the shortcut. Just watch 3 minutes of news if you want depression. Deal? Yeah, right. Wag the Dog. That was a good one, right? I saw it recently. The father-in-law was like, "You need to watch this. It's so good." Yeah, I loved it. So perfect. I either smell cooking or fire. Both are great reasons to wrap up. Maybe I'll actually do it. War Inc. Did I see that? This has amazing people in it. No, why haven't I seen this? Okay, legit kind of getting worried about the smell. I like John Cusack. Okay, maybe I need to check that one out. Anyway, I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna check on my house. Hopefully it's not burning. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank all my lurkers, my chatters, my VOD watchers. I'll be back tomorrow between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Unless something horrible goes wrong. And I hope to see you then. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, well, what have you. I'll see you. Bye-bye.